Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the halls of Moria, where shadows danced upon ancient stone and echoes carried the weight of forgotten ages, a different kind of fire stirred. Weakened but ever vigilant, Moria's consciousness detected what others could not: the presence of Narya, the ring of fire, gleaming like a hidden star upon Gandalf's hand. As the fellowship traversed her corridors, the great dwelling place of the Dwarves trembled with recognition, for she had known the power of that ring long before it found its way to the wizard's keeping. In the ages past, when Celebrimbor first forged the 3 elven rings, it was within Moria's halls that the first flames were kindled. The very fires of her forges had contributed to Narya's creation, lending the ring a connection to the deep places of the world that few remembered. Now, as Gandalf led his companions through the darkness, those ancient bonds began to resonate, awakening memories carved into the living stone. But Moria was not the only one who sensed the ring's presence. In the depths where shadow and flame dwelt together, the Balrog stirred from its ancient slumber. Through the corrupted channels of magic that ran through Moria's stones like veins of mithril, the demon could feel Narya's power calling to its own fiery nature. The Balrog recognized the ring as kin. Both were creatures of flame, though one had been forged in wisdom and the other corrupted by darkness. As the fellowship ventured deeper, Moria struggled to maintain her failing strength. Each pillar and passageway vibrated with tension as 2 great powers of fire drew closer to their inevitable confrontation. Through the ancient stone, she could feel Narya's warmth trying to kindle hope in the hearts of the travelers, while the Balrog's corrupting heat sought to turn that very hope to ash. The first tremors shook the walls when the drums began their rhythmic warning in the deep. Moria felt the Balrog's anticipation building like a wave of molten rock, its desire for Narya's power growing with every beat. The ring itself seemed to pulse in response, sending ripples of power through Gandalf's staff that made the crystal at its tip glow with an inner fire. Through her weakened connection to the ancient magics, Moria tried to warn Gandalf of what was coming. Runes carved into her walls flickered with faint light, spelling out warnings in languages long forgotten. But the corruption that had seeped into her stones over centuries made such communication difficult, and the wizard hurried past, focused on leading his charges to safety. When they reached the bridge of Moria, Moria felt the full weight of destiny settling upon her ancient foundations. Here, in this place where stones spanned shadow, the true battle would be fought not just between wizard and demon, but between 2 fundamental aspects of fire itself. Narya represented fire as a gift of creation, a tool to inspire and preserve. The Balrog embodied fire as destruction, a weapon to consume and destroy. As Gandalf turned to face the demon, Narya blazed upon his hand with a light that caused the very stones to sing. The Balrog's answering roar shook loose centuries of dust from Moria's ceiling, but she held firm, lending what strength she could to the ancient bridge beneath the combatants' feet. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's declaration echoed through the halls, but it was Narya's power that gave the words their true authority. The ring's fire merged with the wizard's own power, creating a dome of pure light that pushed back against the Balrog's shadow and flame. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, 3 great powers of fire faced each other across the abyss. Narya, the ring of fire, burning with the pure flame of creation. The Balrog, wreathed in corrupted fire that sought only to destroy. And Moria herself, whose forges had once helped birth one and now struggled to contain the other. When the bridge finally broke, it was not just stone that shattered, but the delicate balance between these forces. As Gandalf and the Balrog plunged into the darkness below, Moria felt Narya's power flare like a newborn star. The ring recognized its ancient birthplace and drew upon the power still lingering in Moria's depths, power that had been waiting age upon age for this moment. The battle that followed lasted 10 days, but it was fought not just with sword and spell. Through every level of Moria's being, from the deepest pit to the highest peak, Narya and the Balrog contested for the true mastery of flame. Each clash sent shockwaves through the ancient stone, awakening memories of fire's original purpose in the world. Up the endless stair they fought, past chambers where the very walls still hummed with the echoes of Narya's forging. At each level, more of the ancient power awakened, called forth by the ring's presence. The Balrog's corruption began to burn away, unable to withstand the pure flame of creation that Narya represented. Finally, upon the peak of Zirek-Zigil, beneath a sky that had not seen such power since the First Age, the battle reached its culmination. Gandalf, now understanding the full significance of the ring he bore, raised Glamdring one final time. Narya's fire flowed through the ancient blade, meeting the Balrog's corrupted flame with the pure light of creation. When the demon finally fell, it was not just Gandalf's victory, but a triumph of fire's true nature over its corruption. Narya's light had proven stronger than shadow, its creative power greater than destruction. Though Gandalf himself fell, the ring's power helped transform him, burning away the gray and revealing the white beneath. In the aftermath, as quiet returned to Moria's halls, something had changed in the very nature of her stone. The lingering power of Narya's victory had begun to purify the ancient corruption, starting a process of healing that would take centuries to complete. Though darkness still dwelt in many of her chambers, the memory of fire's true purpose had been rekindled. And deep within her walls, Moria preserved the memory of that battle, adding it to the countless stories written in her stone. For she knew that as long as Narya endured, there would always be hope for fire to serve its original purpose, not to destroy, but to inspire, to create, and to light the way through even the darkest of depths. Story 2. In the shadowed depths of Moria, where ancient columns rose like petrified trees in an endless stone forest, Moria held one last secret. Through eyes formed from crystals embedded in the walls, she watched as Gandalf led the fellowship through her darkened halls. But she was not alone in her vigilance. Hidden in an alcove high above, young Rin, last of Durin's direct bloodline, observed the unfolding events with bated breath. The young dwarf had lived his entire life in these shadows, raised by the last guardians of Moria's deepest secret. While others saw only abandoned halls and fallen glory, Rin knew the truth. Every pillar, every arch, every carved stone held fragments of memory, imprints of magic left by generations of his ancestors. And now, as he watched Gandalf's staff illuminate the darkness, he saw those memories beginning to stir. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a faint bluish light as the fellowship passed. Rin recognized the signs Moria was awakening, responding to the presence of Narya, the ring of fire that Gandalf bore. Each step the wizard took caused ripples in the ancient magic woven into the stone, like pebbles dropped into a still pool. Through the crystalline eyes of Moria, Rin could see what others could not. The true purpose of Moria had never been the mining of mithril or the building of a great dwarven kingdom. These were merely covers for its real mission: to guard an artifact of unimaginable power, the World Heart, a crystal forged in the First Age from the essence of Arda itself. The memories in the walls began to glow brighter, revealing glimpses of the past. Rin saw the first pact between the Mire and the Dwarves, when All himself had entrusted the World Heart to Durin's safekeeping. The crystal had the power to maintain balance in Middle-earth, preventing any single force, good or evil, from gaining too much power. Moria had been built not just as a city, but as a living vault, its very stones enchanted to protect this cosmic secret. But now, the Balrog's corruption threatened everything. The demon's presence had been slowly poisoning the magical wards, weakening Moria's ability to contain the World Heart's power. Each tremor that shook the halls sent spiderwebs of corruption through the ancient enchantments, and in Rin could feel time running out. When the drums began to beat in the deep, and Rin understood that this was no random attack. The Balrog had sensed Narya's presence and was making its move, knowing that the ring of fire might be powerful enough to break through the last of Moria's defenses and expose the World Heart. Through the eyes of crystal, he watched as Moria tried to protect the Fellowship. Ancient runes flared to life, guiding them away from the most dangerous paths. Stones shifted subtly, creating barriers against pursuing goblins. But it wasn't enough. The Balrog's influence had grown too strong, and Moria's power was failing. At the bridge of Moria in Rin witnessed the culmination of centuries of planning. As Gandalf stood against the Balrog, Moria channeled what remained of her strength into the wizard. The very stones began to hum with power, awakening ancient spells laid down by Rin's ancestors. The bridge, which had always appeared to be a simple span of stone, revealed its true nature, a focus point for all the magical energy contained within Moria's walls. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's declaration echoed through the halls, but Rin heard more than just the wizard's voice. He heard the combined will of every dwarf who had ever worked to protect the World Heart, their power preserved in the living stone of Moria. When the bridge shattered, taking both Gandalf and the Balrog into the abyss, and Rin felt Moria's pain as if it were his own. But he also understood the necessity. The fall was not an ending, but the beginning of a purification ritual centuries in the making. As wizard and demon plummeted into the depths, they would pass through layers of ancient magic, each level designed to strip away corruption and reveal truth. For 10 days, Rin tracked their battle through Moria's crystal eyes. He watched as they fought through caverns of living flame, across underground lakes that held reflections of the First Age, and up the endless stair, where each step was inscribed with runes of power that had waited age upon age for this moment. At Durin's Tower, beneath the open sky, the final battle was fought not just between Gandalf and the Balrog, but between the corrupting influence that threatened the World Heart and the combined power of Moria's ancient protections. When Gandalf finally struck down the Balrog, the victory resonated through every stone in Moria. The magical wards, freed from the demon's corruption, began to strengthen once more. In the aftermath, as the Fellowship fled and Gandalf lay transformed upon the mountaintop, and Rin emerged from his hiding place, he approached the World Heart chamber, deep in Moria's heart, and watched as the crystal pulsed with renewed vigor. The balance had been maintained, though at great cost. Through Moria's eyes, he could see hope returning to the ancient halls. The corruption was receding, and though it would take years, perhaps centuries, for the kingdom to be restored, the foundation remained strong. The secret of the World Heart was safe, protected by the living mountain and its last guardian. As Rin placed his hand upon the warm stone walls, he felt Moria's consciousness stir with renewed purpose. Together, they would wait and watch, maintaining their vigil until the day came when Moria could once again be a bridge between the powers of Middle-earth, a guardian of the balance that kept their world whole. For in the end, Moria's greatest strength lay not in her walls of stone or veins of mithril, but in the living magic that bound together dwarf and mountain, past and present, power and purpose, in an eternal dance of protection and renewal. Story 3. The ancient halls of Moria whispered with memories of glory long past. Within these stone corridors, where shadow and flame danced an eternal waltz, Gandalf stood before a force he had never anticipated. For Moria was not merely a maze of tunnels and chambers, it was alive, a consciousness born from centuries of dwarven magic and the very spirit of the mountain itself. As the fellowship passed through her darkened halls, only Gandalf could sense the subtle vibrations in the stone beneath his feet, feel the gentle pulse of an ancient heartbeat that echoed through countless pillars. With each step deeper into the mountain's embrace, the wizard felt Moria's presence growing stronger, reaching out to him through the fabric of time and space. The first sign came when ancient runes began to glow with a soft, azure light along the walls. Not the mere phosphorescence of lichen or the reflection of torch flame, but something far more deliberate. The markings formed patterns, telling stories of ages past, and Gandalf realized with growing wonder that Moria herself was trying to communicate. "These walls," he murmured, his hand trailing along the cold stone. "They speak of more than just history." The mountain responded to his touch, sending ripples of warmth through the stone. Memories flooded through the connection memories of the First Age, when Durin's folk first delved these halls, their songs and magic gradually awakening the sleeping consciousness of the mountain. Through centuries of crafting and carving, they had unknowingly given birth to something extraordinary, a being of stone and spirit, as vast as the mountain itself. But with this revelation came a darker truth. The Balrog that lurked in Moria's depths was not merely a squatter in abandoned halls, it was a parasite, feeding off the mountain's living energy. Each day, it drained more of Moria's strength, corrupting the very essence that gave her life. The glowing runes flickered with urgency now, showing Gandalf visions of how the mountain had tried to contain the demon, sacrificing portions of herself to keep it sealed away from the world above. As the Fellowship continued their journey, Gandalf began to understand the subtle ways Moria tried to aid them. Passages that should have collapsed remained stable, while others mysteriously caved into block pursuing goblins. Small stones would fall at precisely the right moment to warn of approaching danger. The mountain was fighting alongside them, using what little strength remained to protect those who walked her halls. The moment of crisis came at the bridge of Moria. When the Balrog emerged from the depths, Gandalf felt Moria's pain lance through him, like a physical blow. The demon's presence was an abomination to the living mountain, a cancer that had eaten away at her heart for too long. Through their connection, Moria shared with Gandalf a desperate plan, one that would require both their powers combined. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber, but the words carried more than just his own power. The very mountain trembled with them, centuries of contained magic rising to the surface. The bridge, which had stood for millennia, was more than just stone and craft. It was a part of Moria's living body, and she was willing to sacrifice it to trap her tormentor. As Gandalf stood against the Balrog, staff blazing with white light, Moria channeled her remaining strength into the bridge. The structure, which had supported countless travelers, began to resonate with power. When the Balrog took its final step onto the span, Gandalf struck the bridge not just with his staff, but with the combined will of wizard and mountain. The crack that split the bridge was like the breaking of the world itself. As Gandalf and the Balrog plunged into the abyss, Moria's consciousness followed them down. In the darkness of that endless fall, the mountain revealed her final gift, a path that would lead to salvation. Through their mental connection, she showed Gandalf the way to Durin's tower atop Zirak-Zigil, where the final battle could be fought beneath open sky. For 10 days and nights, the duel raged through Moria's depths. The mountain guided Gandalf through forgotten passages and ancient halls, leading both wizard and demon up the endless stair. Every step of their combat shook Moria's foundations, but she endured, knowing that her suffering would soon end one way or another. The final confrontation atop Zirak-Zigil was more than just a battle between wizard and demon. It was the culmination of Moria's long struggle for freedom. As Gandalf and the Balrog clashed one last time, the mountain gathered the last remnants of her power. When Gandalf finally struck the killing blow, Moria's strength flowed through him, adding to his own power and ensuring that this time, the Balrog would not rise again. In the aftermath, as Gandalf lay exhausted upon the peak, he felt Moria's gratitude wash over him like a warm breeze. The mountain's consciousness was fading now, weakened by centuries of corruption and the final battle, but there was hope in that fading. Without the Balrog's taint, Moria could begin to heal, to slowly regain her strength. Perhaps one day, she would again be strong enough to welcome Durin's folk back to their ancestral home. Gandalf the Grey had fallen with the Balrog, but Gandalf the White rose from that peak, forever changed by his encounter with the living mountain. He carried with him not just new power and purpose, but the memory of an ancient being who had sacrificed everything to protect those who dwelled within her walls. And deep within the mountain, in halls now quiet and dark, Moria slept. Her dreams were no longer haunted by shadow and flame, but filled with memories of light and song. She would wait, gathering her strength, until the day came when dwarven voices would once again echo through her chambers, awakening her to a new age of glory. For mountains may sleep, but they never truly die, and the spirit of Moria would endure as long as stone stood and memory remained. Story 4. Deep beneath the misty mountains, where ancient stones held memories older than time itself, Moria stirred from her millennia-long slumber. She was not merely halls and chambers carved by dwarven hands, but a consciousness born from the marriage of stone and magic, awakened by countless generations of Durin's folk who had lived within her embrace. And now, after centuries of darkness, she felt a presence she had long awaited. Gandalf the Grey, bearer of Narya, crossing her threshold. The wizard's footsteps echoed through her corridors, each step sending ripples through her consciousness. Behind him followed 8 companions, but it was his presence that made her ancient stones sing with recognition. Moria had waited for this moment, enduring centuries of corruption that seeped into her very foundations, poisoning the memories etched into her walls. As the Fellowship ventured deeper into her depths, Moria began to communicate in the only way she could. Ancient runes flickered to life on her walls, their soft blue glow catching Gandalf's attention. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he studied the symbols, his weathered hand tracing their outline. These were not mere decorations but messages, warnings, and pleas for help from an entity as old as the mountains themselves. "There is more to these halls than meets the eye," Gandalf muttered, his voice carrying an edge of wonder. The runes pulsed in response, casting dancing shadows that seemed to point deeper into the darkness, guiding them along specific paths. But at her heart, a darkness stirred. The Balrog, her parasite, sensed the presence of power. For centuries, it had fed on her essence, corrupting the very magic that gave her consciousness. Each passing year, it had drained more of her strength, turning her once golden halls into chambers of shadow and fear. The beast was both her prisoner and her tormentor, bound to her by chains of ancient magic, yet slowly destroying her from within. Through subtle manipulations of fallen stone here, a gleam of light there, Moria tried to guide the Fellowship away from the chambers where danger lurked closest to the surface. But the drums in the deep had already begun their ominous rhythm, and the goblins that infested her halls like rats swarmed toward the intruders. In the chamber of Mazarbel, when battle erupted, Moria used what strength she had left. Loose stones fell with surprising accuracy upon goblin heads. Pathways remained stable under the feet of the Fellowship while crumbling beneath their pursuers. She was fighting alongside them in her own way, even as each use of her fading power caused her pain. Yet it was not enough. The Balrog had sensed Narya's power, and through their twisted connection, Moria felt its ancient hunger awakening. As the Fellowship fled toward the bridge of Moria, she gathered her remaining strength for one final attempt to aid them. The runes on her walls blazed brighter than ever, forming arrows of light that only Gandalf seemed to notice, guiding them toward the bridge. At the bridge, time seemed too slow. Moria felt Gandalf's power surge as he stood against the Balrog, and for the first time in centuries, hope flickered through her ancient stones. The wizard's staff blazed with white light, and in that moment, Moria saw him as he truly was, not just Gandalf the Grey, but Olrin, a spirit of fire and wisdom who might finally have the power to free her from her torment. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice thundered through her halls, and Moria felt the words resonate with her very foundation. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked through the air, and in that crucial moment, Moria made her choice. The bridge, which had stood for thousands of years, had one final role to play. As Gandalf struck it with his staff, Moria added her own remaining strength to his spell, ensuring that this time, the Balrog would not escape. The bridge cracked, its ancient stone splitting with a sound like the ending of the world. As both Gandalf and the Balrog fell into the abyss, Moria's consciousness reached out one last time, sharing with the wizard the knowledge he would need for the battle ahead. Through their brief connection, she showed him the Balrog's true nature, not just as a demon of the ancient world, but as a corrupted guardian, whose original purpose had been to protect her depths. The fall seemed endless, but Moria's presence followed them down into the deepest places of the world. Even as her consciousness began to fade, her last gift to Gandalf was to show him the path that would lead to Durin's tower atop Zirrikzigil, where the final battle would be fought beneath open sky. As the Fellowship fled her halls, led by Aragorn, Moria turned her fading attention to the battle that would determine her fate. She had given Gandalf everything she could: her knowledge, her strength, and most importantly, the truth about the Balrog's nature. Now, as darkness took her, she could only hope it would be enough. Deep below, in the endless dark, Gandalf and the Balrog began their epic battle, both transformed by their connection with Moria. The wizard fought not just for survival now, but for the liberation of an ancient being that had sheltered and protected the dwarven folk for countless generations. Each clash of their powers shook Moria's foundations, and in her dreams, she saw flashes of their combat through the depths, through water and fire, and finally up the endless stair to Durin's tower. When Gandalf at last struck down the Balrog upon Zirrikzigil's peak, Moria felt the impact in the deepest of her foundations. The corrupt power that had tainted her for so long finally began to fade, and as Gandalf lay upon the mountaintop, his body broken, but his spirit undefeated, Moria began to heal. It would take centuries before her halls might ring again with dwarven voices, but the first step had been taken. The darkness that had claimed her heart had finally been banished, and in time, she might once again become what she was always meant to be: a sanctuary of light and knowledge in the depths of the earth. And so it was that Moria, the Black Pit, began her slow journey back toward becoming Moria, the Dwarven Elf, thanks to the sacrifice of a wizard who understood that some battles are fought not just with swords and spells, but with wisdom, compassion, and the understanding that even the oldest of stones might have a soul worth saving. Story 5. In the gleaming halls of Valinor, centuries after the War of the Ring, an ancient manuscript was discovered among Gandalf's personal effects. The pages, written in a hand that trembled with exhaustion and illumination both, told a tale that would reshape the understanding of one of Middle-earth's most legendary battles. For in those pages lay the true account of what transpired during the 10 days of combat between Gandalf and the Balrog of Moria, a story of minds meeting in ancient darkness, of memories shared between immortal beings, and of transformations more profound than any had guessed. The manuscript began with Gandalf's fall from the bridge of Moria. As he and the Balrog plunged into the abyss, something unexpected occurred. Their minds touched. The ancient magics that both beings carried, powers that stemmed from the very creation of Arda, resonated in ways neither had anticipated. In that moment of connection, memories began to flow between them like water between connected vessels. Through the Balrog's eyes, Gandalf saw Valinor as it had been before the marring of Arda, a realm of pure light and endless possibility. He witnessed the creature the Balrog had once been, and Rathel, a noble spirit of fire who had helped forge the very mountains of the world. In those memories, Enrathel's flame was not the corrupted inferno it had become, but a creative force that shaped reality itself. In turn, the Balrog experienced Gandalf's memories of his time as Ol Rin in Valinor, walking in gardens of light and learning wisdom at the feet of Nienna. It saw the compassion that had led him to Middle-earth, the love for all creating things that had driven him to accept mortality and limitation for the sake of others. For the first time in millennia, the Balrog remembered what it meant to create rather than destroy. As they fell through the endless dark, the mental connection deepened. Each impact against the walls of the chasm, each splash through underground lakes, became a doorway to another shared memory. They saw the first age through each other's eyes, the Balrogs fall into darkness under Morgoth's influence, and Gandalf's observation of those events from afar in Valinor, feeling the pain of his kindred's corruption. Through caverns deep and chambers forgotten, their battle became as much mental as physical. Every clash of sword against flame was accompanied by a burst of memory. The Balrog remembered the joy of shaping mountains and valleys, while Gandalf recalled the fears and hopes that had led him to accept his mission to Middle-earth. Neither could maintain the simplicity of pure combat. Each blow forced them to understand more of the other's nature. In the depths of Moria, where water and darkness held ancient secrets, both beings began to change. The Balrog's flames flickered with moments of pure, creative fire as old memories surfaced. Gandalf's power, too, evolved as he absorbed understanding of the primal forces that had shaped Middle-earth. Their duel became a dance of transformation, each step leading them closer to truth. Up the endless stair they fought, physically and mentally entwined in a combat that was reshaping them both. Each step triggered new revelations, the Balrog remembering its original purpose as a guardian of creation, Gandalf understanding more deeply the nature of corruption and redemption. The very stones of Moria resonated with their shared memories, ancient dwarven runes glowing in response to the power of their mental battle. At times, the manuscript revealed, it became impossible to tell where one being's memories ended and the other's began. They saw the forging of the Silmarils through each other's eyes, understood the terror and majesty of the two trees from dual perspectives. They witnessed the music of the Aenir as both participants and observers, understanding how harmony could become discord, and how discord might yet return to harmony. The final battle atop Durin's Tower was not just a physical confrontation, but the culmination of their shared journey through memory. The Balrog's flames now burned with something of their original purity, while Gandalf wielded not just power but understanding. When the final blow was struck, it was delivered not with hatred, but with profound comprehension of what had been lost and what might yet be redeemed. Gandalf's victory came not through superior strength alone, but through the wisdom gained from their shared memories. The Balrog, in its final moments, remembered its true name and purpose. Its fall from the mountain peak was not just a physical defeat, but a release, a return to the pure flame it had once been, free at last from corruption. The manuscript ended with Gandalf's transformation from gray to white, but revealed this change as far more profound than simply an increase in power. He had gained not just strength, but understanding of the deep magics that shaped the world, of the thin line between corruption and redemption, and of the possibility for change that existed in all things. When the manuscript was discovered, it changed how the wise ones of Valinor viewed the nature of good and evil. The battle between Gandalf and the Balrog became known not just as a triumph of good over evil, but as a testimony to the power of understanding and the possibility of redemption. In the margins of the final page, written in a different hand, was a note that seemed to have been added later. In the end, it was not the power of the flame that proved decisive, but the power of memory. For in remembering what we once were, we may yet find the path to what we might become, and so the true tale of the Battle of the Peak was preserved, a reminder that even in the darkest depths of Moria, Where shadow and flame dwelt together, the light of understanding could still illuminate the way forward. For in the sharing of memories, even ancient enemies might find common ground, and in understanding, even the most corrupted might remember the light they once served. Story 6. In the deepest reaches of Moria, where shadow and silence had reigned for untold centuries, something stirred within the ancient stone, a memory of music, a distant echo of the great song that had shaped Arda from the void. For Moria was more than just a city carved from rock. It was a vast instrument, its halls and chambers designed to capture and preserve fragments of the original music of the Aenir, the divine symphony that had brought the world into being. As Gandalf led the fellowship through these forgotten halls, his footsteps awakened subtle harmonies in the stone beneath. Each step sent ripples through the rock, calling forth notes that had slumbered since the First Age. The wizard, bearer of Naria and keeper of ancient wisdom, began to recognize patterns in these resonances, not random echoes, but phrases from that primordial song that had shaped reality itself. The truth revealed itself in layers, like movements in a vast symphony. The dwarves who had delved these halls had unknowingly built their greatest work in accordance with the rhythms of creation. Every arch and pillar, every vast chamber and narrow passage had been placed to capture and amplify specific notes of the great song. Moria was not just a mine or a city. It was a massive stone instrument, preserving harmonies that had existed before the world itself. Through the darkness came the first clear notes, pure tones that seemed to emerge from the very rock itself. The mithril veins that ran through the stone acted as strings in this massive instrument, each one tuned to a specific frequency of the music of the Aenir. The wizard's staff, as it struck the ground, sent vibrations through these metallic threads, awakening memories of melody that had lain dormant for ages. But where there was harmony, discord had also found its way. The Balrog's presence in the deep places of Moria was like a wrong note in the great composition, a dissonant chord that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the music. Its corruption had spread through the halls like a cancer, turning the pure notes of creation into dark and twisted parodies of their original form. As the fellowship moved deeper into the mountain, Gandalf began to understand the true nature of their journey. Each chamber they passed through added new notes to the growing symphony around them. The wizard could feel the music building, layer upon layer, like an orchestra slowly assembling its parts. Even the drums that began to beat in the deep were not just signals of danger. They were attempts by the Balrog to impose its own dark rhythm upon the ancient harmonies of Moria. The air grew thick with resonance as they approached the bridge of Moria. Here, in this narrow span across the abyss, the acoustics of Moria reached their perfect pitch. The bridge itself was like a mighty string in the instrument of the mountain, designed to carry the purest notes of the great song across the void. When Gandalf's staff struck its surface, the sound that rang out was not just the crack of wood against stone, but a chord that had not been heard since the dawn of creation. The Balrog's emergence brought with it a cacophony of corrupted music. The crack of its whip was a discordant slash through the harmonies of Moria, its roar a perversion of the noble themes that had once filled these halls. Yet even in this moment of darkness, the true song of Moria persisted. It rose from the depths like a half-remembered lullaby, carrying with it the power of ages past. As Gandalf stood upon the bridge, facing the ancient demon, the very stones around them began to sing. The mithril veins in the walls hummed with increasing intensity, each one adding its voice to a growing chorus of power. The wizard's challenge, "You shall not pass," was not just a shout of defiance, but a key phrase in this ancient musical battle, a command given strength by the very harmonies of creation itself. When the bridge broke, it was not just stone that shattered, but a crucial chord in Moria's great symphony. The fall that followed plunged both Gandalf and the Balrog through layer after layer of music, each level of the city adding its own notes to their descent. Through the darkness they fell, their battle accompanied by the songs of ages, each clash of power sending new ripples through the stone symphony around them. Their final confrontation atop Zirikzigil became the crescendo of this ancient composition. Lightning split the sky, like visual representations of the music that had built the world, while thunder added its own voice to the overwhelming symphony. The Balrog's final cry was a discordant screech that tried to drown out the pure notes of creation. But Moria's song had grown too strong to be silenced. With the demon's defeat, a new harmony began to emerge from the depths of the mountain. The corrupted rhythms that had plagued Moria for so long began to fade, replaced by purer tones that had not been heard since the First Age. Though Gandalf lay exhausted upon the peak, transformed by his ordeal, he could feel the music of Moria beginning to heal itself, note by note, chord by chord. In the years that followed, those who passed near the gates of Moria would sometimes hear strange melodies drifting from its depths, fragments of ancient songs carried on the wind, harmonies that seemed to speak of both sorrow and hope. The dwarves who would eventually return to reclaim their ancient home would find that the music had never truly left these halls. It had simply been waiting for the right moment to rise again. For Moria's greatest secret was not its mithril or its craftsmanship, but its role as keeper of the world's first music. In its deepest chambers and highest peaks, the echoes of creation still resonated, preserved in stone and metal, waiting for those with the wisdom to hear them. And sometimes in the quietest moments of night, when the moon cast its light upon the waters of Mirror, those who listened carefully might catch a phrase of that ancient symphony, a reminder that even in the darkest places, the music of the Aenir had never ceased to play. The transformation of Gandalf from gray to white was not just a change in appearance, but a harmonious resolution in this great musical composition. He had become not just a victor in battle, but a conductor who had helped restore the true song of Moria, ensuring that the music of creation would continue to echo through its halls for ages to come. Story 7. In the depths of Moria, where darkness had long since claimed dominion over light, there existed a secret known only to the most ancient of beings. At the core of the great dwarven city pulsed a heart of pure mithril, a source of power that had sustained Moria's vast network of chambers and passages for millennia. This heart was no mere concentration of precious metal, but a living thing, as conscious as any of the free peoples of Middle-earth, and it had been slowly dying since the day the Balrog first awakened in the deep. Gandalf had long suspected something extraordinary about Moria's foundations. In all his centuries of studying the lore of Middle-earth, no other dwarven settlement had ever produced mithril in such abundance. Now, as he led the fellowship through the darkness, the wizard began to notice subtle signs that confirmed his theories, patterns in the dust that danced like silver constellations, whispers that echoed through the stone with a metallic resonance, and most tellingly, the way his staff's light seemed to pulse in rhythm with something deep below. The first clear sign came in the form of a shimmering mithril dust mote that broke away from a wall and hung suspended in the air before Gandalf's eyes. As he watched, it began to move with purpose, tracing glowing symbols in the darkness, ancient runes that spoke of the city's true nature. More motes joined the first, their dance becoming increasingly complex, telling a story of how the Valar themselves had placed the mithril heart within the mountain, entrusting it to the dwarves who would later build their greatest kingdom around it. Through these silent messages, Moria reached out to Gandalf, revealing how the Balrog had been slowly feeding upon its energy over the centuries, weakening the heart that gave the city life. Each pulse of power that escaped into the demon's chambers was like a drop of blood from an ever-widening wound. The very foundations of Moria trembled with the effort of maintaining its vast network of halls while sustaining this parasitic drain on its life force. As the fellowship pressed deeper into the mountain, the signs became more dramatic. Stalagmites twisted like fingers pointing the way forward. Echoes of ancient dwarven songs reverberated through the halls, carrying hidden meanings in their harmonies. Even the shadows seemed to shift with purpose, drawing back from certain passages while deepening in others, guiding them along safer paths. The wizard began to understand that every legendary aspect of Moria, from its perfectly carved halls to its impregnable defenses, had been made possible by the power of the mithril heart. The dwarves hadn't just built a city. They had grown one around a living core of power, their craftsmanship guided by the heart's own consciousness through the mithril veins that ran through the rock like a nervous system. But time was running out. The Balrog's presence had grown stronger over the centuries, its darkness spreading through Moria's halls like a cancer. The mithril heart's power was fading, and with it, the city's ability to maintain itself. Walls that had stood unblemished for ages were beginning to crack, and ancient enchantments were failing one by one. When the drums began to beat in the deep, Gandalf felt them sync with the dying pulse of the mithril heart. Each boom sent vibrations through the stone that carried messages of desperation, pleas for help from a being that had watched over this realm since before the first dwarf stepped foot within the mountain. The race through Moria's halls took on new meaning as Gandalf realized they weren't just fleeing from danger, they were being drawn toward the heart of the mountain itself. Every corridor they passed, every chamber they crossed brought them closer to the source of Moria's power. The mithril dust in the air grew thicker, forming patterns that became increasingly urgent in their communication. At the bridge of Moria, the true nature of their journey revealed itself. The narrow stone span wasn't merely a passage across a chasm, it was an artery leading directly to Moria's heart. The Balrog's appearance here was no coincidence. It had sensed Gandalf's growing connection with the city's consciousness and moved to prevent any intervention that might threaten its parasitic existence. As Gandalf stood upon the bridge, facing the ancient demon, he felt the full power of Moria's heart reaching out to him. The mithril dust in the air coalesced into visible streams of silver light, flowing like rivers of starlight through the darkness. Each mote carried fragments of knowledge, ancient spells, forgotten words of power, the very essence of what had made Moria great. The battle that followed was more than a clash between wizard and demon. It was a desperate attempt by Moria itself to free itself from the darkness that had plagued it for so long. When Gandalf's staff struck the bridge, the blow was amplified by the power of the mithril heart, channeled through every vein of precious metal in the surrounding stone. As both Gandalf and the Balrog fell into the abyss, they were enveloped in a storm of mithril dust, each particle a tiny fragment of Moria's consciousness reaching out to aid the wizard in his battle. The long chase through the depths became a journey through the very circulatory system of the mountain, each turn guided by the pulse of the distant heart. Their final confrontation atop Zirrikzigil was illuminated not just by lightning from above, but by streams of mithril light from below, the heart of the mountain, sending the last of its strength to aid in the Balrog's defeat. When the demon finally fell, its flame extinguished forever. A shudder of relief passed through the entire mountain. Gandalf, though exhausted and transformed by the battle, felt the gratitude of Moria's heart pulse through the stone beneath him. With the Balrog's death, the drain on its power had finally ended. Though weakened by centuries of darkness, the heart would survive, slowly rebuilding its strength until the day came when the dwarves might return to their greatest realm. In the years that followed, those who passed near the gates of Moria would sometimes see strange lights flickering in its depths, like silver stars glimpsed through dark waters. Those who knew the truth understood that these were signs of healing, the mithril heart of the mountain gradually restoring itself, preparing for a day when its halls would once again ring with the sound of dwarven hammers and songs. For though Moria had suffered greatly, its heart remained unbroken, pulsing with a power as ancient as Middle-earth itself. And in the deepest night, those who listened closely might hear the rhythm of that heart beating through the stone, a promise that the greatest kingdom of the dwarves would one day rise again from darkness into light. Story 8. In the deepest archives of Gondor, among scrolls that held the memory of ages past, there existed a single page that shimmered like mithril in candlelight. The text, written in an ancient hand, spoke of Moria not as a mere city, but as a living chronicle, a vast tome crafted by the Valar themselves to preserve the deepest secrets of the First Age. This revelation would change everything Gandalf understood about his fateful journey through the dark halls of Moria. The walls of Moria were not simply stone, but pages of an immense book written in the language of creation itself. Each chamber was a chapter, each corridor a verse, and the veins of mithril that ran through the rock were the silver threads that bound this massive tome together. The dwarves who had delved these halls had unknowingly been adding their own stories to an ever-growing narrative, their mining picks and chisels becoming quills that wrote upon the living pages of the mountain. As Gandalf led the fellowship through these ancient halls, the light from his staff caught the walls in strange ways, making the stone shimmer and shift like pages turning in an endless book. The mithril deposits reflected his light not randomly, but in patterns that spoke of ages long past, of battles fought before the sun and moon were hung in the sky. The wizard began to notice how the very texture of the walls seemed to change as they passed, smooth sections giving way to rougher patches, like different types of parchment bound together in a single volume. In quieter moments, when the fellowship rested, he would trace his fingers along the stone, feeling the subtle variations that he now recognized as different scripts in the original language of Arda. Through these touch readings, Moria began to communicate with Gandalf. The walls themselves rippled like pages in a breeze, revealing glimpses of ancient knowledge, the true nature of the Balrog that lurked in the depths, the secret purposes of the mithril veins, and most crucially, the reason why this vast archive had been sealed away beneath the mountains. The truth unveiled itself gradually, each new chamber adding another piece to the puzzle. Moria had been created as a repository for knowledge too dangerous to leave in the open, too vital to destroy. The Valar had woven their secrets into the very fabric of the mountain, using mithril as their ink and stone as their parchment. The dwarves had been drawn here not by chance, but by design, their presence and their mining serving as a perfect concealment for this library of power. As the fellowship delved deeper into Moria, the pages of stone became more animated, more urgent in their need to communicate. The mithril veins pulsed with inner light, forming words and symbols that only Gandalf, as a Maya, could fully comprehend. They spoke of a power deeper and more ancient than the Balrog, something that the demon itself had been unwittingly guarding through the ages. When the drums began to beat in the deep, Gandalf realized they were not war drums at all, but the sound of ancient knowledge stirring, like massive pages turning in a giant book. The Balrog's awakening was not just a threat to their passage, but a danger to the very secrets contained within Moria's living pages. The pursuit through the dark halls took on new meaning. Each turn, each choice of path was guided by the subtle shifting of the stone walls, the archive itself trying to protect both its defenders and its precious knowledge. The mithril veins flickered like lines of illuminated text, leading them toward the Bridge of Moria, not just an escape route, but a crucial paragraph in this story written in stone. As they reached the bridge, the walls around them blazed with silent words, revealing the true purpose of this narrow span. It was not merely a bridge, but a bookmark in the vast tome of Moria, marking a passage of crucial importance. The Balrog's appearance was no coincidence. It was drawn here by the power of the knowledge contained in this particular chapter of the mountain's story. The confrontation on the bridge became more than a battle between wizard and demon. It was a struggle for the very knowledge contained within Moria's pages. As Gandalf stood against the Balrog, the walls around them shimmered with ancient spells, words of power written by the Valar themselves rising to the surface of the stone. When Gandalf declared, "You shall not pass," his words resonated with the very essence of Moria's purpose to guard and preserve knowledge, to prevent the secrets of the First Age from falling into darkness. The bridge's breaking was not just a physical event, but the closing of a chapter, the sealing of a passage too dangerous to leave open. As both Gandalf and the Balrog fell into the abyss, they descended through layer upon layer of ancient knowledge. The walls of the chasm were dense with text, each level revealing deeper and more profound secrets. Their battle through the depths was not just one of flame and shadow, but of understanding and revelation. Their final confrontation atop Zirix became the writing of a new page in Moria's endless book. The lightning that struck the peak was like divine ink, marking this moment in the continuing story of Middle-earth. When Gandalf finally emerged, transformed from gray to white, he had become not just a victor in battle, but a keeper of the knowledge contained within Moria's living pages. In the years that followed, few would understand the true nature of what had transpired in those dark halls. The Fellowship remembered only the terror and the loss, the flight through darkness and the fall of their guide. But Gandalf, forever changed by his experience, knew that Moria's greatest treasure was not its mithril, but its nature as a living book of the world's deepest mysteries. And still, the pages of Moria turn, slowly but ceaselessly, recording new stories, preserving old truths, waiting for the next reader who might understand the words written in stone and mithril, in darkness and light, in the very foundations of the earth itself. For in Moria, every stone is a page, every shadow a word, and every path a story waiting to be read by those with the wisdom to understand the book that is the mountain. Story 9. Through the vast chambers of Moria, where shadow and silence had long since claimed dominion, Gandalf's presence awakened something ancient. The stone walls, etched with countless runes carved by master dwarven craftsmen, stirred with a consciousness that had slumbered for millennia. Each pillar, each archway, each forgotten corridor contained fragments of memory, preserved in patterns of sacred geometry and secret spells that the dwarves had woven into their greatest work. As the Fellowship made their way through the darkness, Gandalf's staff cast a pale light that seemed to make the very walls shimmer. The ancient wizard, keeper of Narya, the Ring of Fire, felt a strange resonance in the stone around him. It was as if the city itself was trying to speak, its voice a whisper carried through the crystalline structures of rock that had witnessed the rise and fall of Durin's folk. The runes that lined the walls were more than mere decorative script. They were the neurons of Moria's consciousness, a vast network of magical synapses that connected every chamber and hall into a single, aware entity. With each step Gandalf took, these runes flickered with faint light, responding to the presence of one who could understand their ancient power. Deep within its consciousness, Moria remembered. It remembered the days when dwarven hammers rang against stone, each strike imbued with purpose and magic. It remembered the songs of creation that had shaped its halls, the spells of preservation that had given it awareness. And it remembered the darkness that had come, the terror that now dwelled in its deepest chambers. The city watched through its countless runic eyes as the Fellowship navigated its corridors. It felt their fear, their wonder, their determination. But most of all, it felt Gandalf's presence, a beacon of power and wisdom that stirred memories of ages past, when the Astari first walked these halls and blessed them with their magic. When the drums began to echo from the deep, Moria trembled, not with fear, but with recognition. The Balrog's awakening sent tremors through the ancient stone, and the city felt the weight of choice pressing upon its consciousness. For centuries, it had remained neutral, a silent witness to the darkness that had claimed its depths. But now, watching Gandalf guide his companions through increasingly treacherous passages, the city began to act. Subtle at first, a fallen stone that diverted pursuing ORCs, a suddenly stable patch of ground beneath stumbling feet, a draft of air that carried the sound of approaching enemies to alert ears. The runes in the walls pulsed with increasing frequency, their magic reaching out to the wizard who carried an echo of the same ancient power that had helped shape these halls. Through its network of enchanted stone, Moria tried to communicate with Gandalf. Images formed in the crystalline surfaces, memories of the city's creation, warnings about the paths ahead, glimpses of secret ways that might lead to safety. But time was short, and the darkness was rising. As they approached the bridge of Moria, Moria's consciousness fully awakened. The runes blazed with internal light, their power flowing through the stone like blood through veins. The city remembered its original purpose not just as a dwelling place for the dwarves, but as a guardian of Middle-earth's ancient secrets, a fortress against the shadows of the elder days. When the Balrog emerged from the depths, wreathed in shadow and flame, Moria made its choice. The runes that had slumbered for so long burst into brilliant life, their power flowing into the stone beneath Gandalf's feet. As the wizard stood upon the bridge, declaring that the demon would not pass, he felt the strength of the mountain itself rising to support him. The battle that followed was more than a confrontation between wizard and demon. It was a clash of powers that had existed since the shaping of Arda itself. The bridge, that ancient span of stone, became a channel for forces beyond mortal understanding. Each time Gandalf's staff struck the bridge, the runes throughout Moria resonated in harmony, their power focusing on this single point of defiance against the darkness. When the bridge finally broke, it was not just stone that shattered, but an ancient spell that had bound the city's power. As Gandalf and the Balrog fell into the abyss, Moria's consciousness reached out, its runic network creating paths of power through the darkness. The city could not prevent their fall, but it could guide it, could help ensure that this battle would end differently than the countless defeats of the past. The Fellowship fled, believing their guide lost to darkness. But Moria knew better. Through its deepest foundations, it felt the epic battle that raged between wizard and demon. For days, the city channeled its power through ancient runes, strengthening Gandalf when his strength flagged, creating passages where none had existed, guiding the combatants toward the peak of Zirrikzigil where the final confrontation must take place. The cost was immense. With each passing hour, more of the ancient runes faded, their power spent in this last, desperate effort to aid the light against the shadow. Entire chambers collapsed as the city redirected its structural integrity into magical support. But still Moria persisted, its consciousness focused on this one crucial task. When the final battle erupted upon Zirrikzigil, the peak of the mountains themselves, Moria gathered its remaining strength. The runes that had survived blazed one last time, their power reaching up through stone and air to where Gandalf faced the Balrog under storm-torn skies. In that moment, as lightning split the heavens and thunder shook the earth, the city's consciousness touched Gandalf's mind, sharing with him the full knowledge of its ancient power. The Balrog fell, its fire extinguished by rain and magic and the weight of ages. Gandalf, too, lay upon the mountain peak, his body broken, but his spirit triumphant. Around him, the last of Moria's active runes flickered and faded, their power spent in this final victory against the darkness. In the years that followed, few would understand the true role the city had played in that crucial battle. The dwarves who would eventually return to reclaim their ancient home would find many of the runes dark and lifeless, their power sacrificed in that epic confrontation. But deep within the stone, a fragment of consciousness remained, waiting for the day when new runes would be carved and new songs would echo through its halls. For Moria had learned that true greatness lay not in remaining neutral, but in choosing to act when the fate of all hung in the balance. Though much of its power was spent, its sacrifice had helped ensure that the shadow of the Balrog would never again darken its halls. And in the deepest night, those who listened closely might still hear the whispers of stone, telling tales of the day when the very mountain itself chose to stand against the darkness. Story 10. Deep beneath the misty mountains, where ancient stones held memories as old as Middle-earth itself, Moria stirred from its millennial slumber. The great dwarven city kingdom was more than mere halls and chambers carved from rock. It was alive, conscious, its very walls saturated with the magic and memories of countless generations. Through its vast network of corridors and grand halls, Moria felt a presence it had not sensed in centuries. Gandalf the Grey, the wandering wizard who had walked these paths in ages past. His staff's light cast dancing shadows on walls that remembered brighter days, when the laughter of dwarves echoed through these halls, and the gleam of mithril sparkled in every corner. But now, Moria carried a different burden. In its heart, deep within its darkest chambers, dwelled the Balrog, a creature of shadow and flame, a corruption that had taken root in its very foundation. The ancient city could feel the demon's presence like a festering wound, a cancer that had slowly consumed its vitality over thousands of years. As Gandalf led the fellowship through the eastern halls, Moria's consciousness stirred more fully. Each step the wizard took resonated through the stone, sending ripples of awareness through the city's ancient bones. The walls whispered with memories of when Durin walked these halls, of when the dwarves delved too greedily and too deep, of the day darkness awoke in its depths. The city watched as the 9 travelers made their way through its chambers, their presence awakening long-dormant magics in the stone. With each passing hour, Moria felt its strength returning, yet with it came an agonizing choice. The Balrog was part of it now, its fire intertwined with the very fabric of the mountain. To help Gandalf would mean to tear away part of itself, to risk total collapse of structures that had stood since the First Age. In the chamber of Mizarble, when the drums began to beat in the deep, Moria made its first tentative attempt to help. As Gandalf raised his staff to ward off the approaching ORCs, the city subtly shifted its stones, strengthening the ancient door's resistance against the cave troll's onslaught. Each impact sent shudders of pain through the city's awareness, but still it held. The fellowship fled deeper into the mountain's heart, and Moria's dilemma grew more acute. It could feel the Balrog stirring, awakening from its slumber, drawn by the presence of power it recognized Narya, the ring of fire that Gandalf bore. The city's very foundations trembled with the demon's roar, and ancient pillars groaned under the strain of containing such fury. As the group approached the bridge of Moria, Moria made its choice. Millennia of darkness were enough. Better to risk destruction in an attempt at redemption than to endure another age as a prison for evil. The city began to act, subtle at first, a shaft of light breaking through a forgotten crack in the ceiling, illuminating the path to the bridge. Small cascades of rocks falling strategically, herding the ORCs away from the Fellowship's path. The Balrog emerged from the depths, its shadow spreading like a disease through Moria's halls. The city shuddered as the demon's heat scorched its ancient stones, but still it fought. When Gandalf stood upon the bridge, Moria gathered what remained of its strength. The bridge, one of its most ancient structures, imbued with spells of stability and endurance, began to respond to powers far older than even the dwarves who built it. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice echoed through the halls, and Moria resonated with his words. The wizard's staff struck the bridge, and the city channeled its remaining power into that single point. Ancient spells of binding and breaking, dormant for ages, awakened in the stone. The Balrog's whip snaked out, wrapping around Gandalf's ankle, but Moria had already committed to its course. As the wizard struck the bridge a final time, the city pulled inward with all its might, sacrificing the ancient span to destroy the evil that had haunted it for so long. The bridge cracked, taking with it both Gandalf and the Balrog into the abyss. But Moria's sacrifice was not yet complete. As they fell into darkness, the city continued to fight. Its walls contracted, trying to crush the demon while creating pockets of safety around Gandalf. Entire chambers collapsed as the city attempted to separate the two beings, to give the wizard a chance in the battle that was to come. The Fellowship fled, believing their guide lost, but Moria knew differently. Far below, in caverns deeper than any dwarf had ever delved, the battle between wizard and demon had only begun. The city could feel them falling, fighting, ascending a dance of light and shadow that would last for days. Through it all, Moria endured. Each clash between Gandalf and the Balrog weakened its structures further, yet the city persisted. Columns crumbled, Halls collapsed, but still it fought to contain the battle, to prevent the demon from escaping to the upper levels. When the combatants finally emerged onto Zirrikzigil, the city's peak, Moria felt its strength failing. In those final moments, as lightning split the sky and thunder shook the mountain, Moria made its last sacrifice. The very peak of Zirrikzigil, where the Balrog made its final stand, began to crack and split. The city channeled every remnant of its power into supporting Gandalf's magic, even as doing so caused irreparable damage to its own structure. When the Balrog finally fell, its flame extinguished forever, Moria felt a peace it had not known for an age of the world. Though many of its grand halls now lay in ruins, though its strength was spent and its consciousness fading, it had helped free Middle-earth from one of its greatest perils. Gandalf too fell, his body broken, but his spirit triumphant. As consciousness left him, he felt the gratitude of the ancient city and the stones beneath him, a farewell from a being that had sacrificed nearly everything to help him achieve victory. In the years that followed, legends would speak of how the halls of Moria fell silent, its grandeur diminished. Yet deep within the mountain, in chambers still untouched by time or darkness, the consciousness of the great city slumbered once more, not in defeat, but in the peace of knowing it had finally chosen the light over the shadow, regardless of the cost. And some say that in the deepest nights, when the moon shines on the lakes of Mirrormere, the stones of Moria still whisper tales of the day it helped a gray wizard defeat a demon of the ancient world, choosing to sacrifice its grandeur for the salvation of all.